Okay, finally it is finished, and I really worked my ass off with this. The textures and everything, I really went in with all of my skill, and I hit my skill wall many times, and I still do. So I'm gonna make some more of these. I have actually some photos. I actually painted this one on there. You said it in the beginning of this video. Anyway, it's really great to see that it turned out quite well. It's one of my PATRON. It's actually the PATRON painting for December, so I'm a little off schedule, but when it becomes finished, it's good, and some happy patron will win that painting. So with this, I will ask you, of course, to become a patron, support my channel, but also different ways to do it. If you can't have any money or you don't want it, you give them a thumbs up, you share them on social media, you leave a comment, put it into your playlists, and just watch my videos. Even if you don't look at them, just let them play to bring up my view time. And there are many ways to support me. So you also find me on Facebook if you want to engage with me personally. But first you have to be a patron. Okay, thank you, and until next time, stay cool, and I give you flower painting, white flower. Yeah. Okay, I am going to paint this. This is a photo I took of some roses a few years ago. And I had them on my computer, but I haven't done so much with them. And I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to paint it on this canvas in this tutorial. And I got this question from a woman, I think, on YouTube. If I could show the motif this at the same time I paint it, and I can. I'm gonna try to. Well, now you see it anyway, so I'm gonna see if I can get it into the video. Anyway, keep watching and stay cool. Okay, so here we go. Rose, white rose. We count one. It's got a 1.5, and it's like 1.5 and 1 approximately. I put it in the middle. I like it to be in center. The thing with doing it like this is that you get this direct communication between your brain and your. If you have it on the side like a still life, you kind of have to travel longer between the motif and the painting. Here it's more direct. It gets closer to the. It's not like having a projector or something like that, but it kind of gives you the. Your eyes can project it better. And it's like, I've seen some people using their iPad, and I wouldn't recommend that. I tried it once and I was just confusing. Maybe that is because of my habits. I just place this and I count 1. That was too big. It's very typical for me to make things bigger for some reason. Maybe my brain and my personality traits that comes through. Anyway, I would recommend getting a good printer, taking good photos if you want to. As a painter, it would be a good thing to become relatively good at taking photographs. That you take photographs thinking about them as potential paintings when you do, thinking the lines and the everything. I have taken a lot of nice photos with my Pentax camera, and these two are taken with film, and it shows because they are given a totally different hue in a way, with depth. Or there's something with the analog that gives it more, I don't know, it's like there's something with the texture or the color depth, or there's something with it that is more natural, I feel anyway. And if you use, like I have done, my RC Pentax 6.7 camera with 6.7 tungsten film, it really becomes beautiful. Sadly, they do not make the film I use anymore, but I have some in my fridge, so I'm gonna. Okay. Anyway, I have basically enough photographs to last for the rest of my life now anyway, but it's always nice to take some new photos of models and stuff. I can't paint everything during this lifetime, sadly, and that is just a brute fact. So I have to live healthy and try to prolong my suffering as long as I can, so I can get the most out of it. Yes, it's suffering. Life is suffering. In a way, it is suffering. Every day, some suffering. Being conscious is quite stressful. So, you see, when I paint, I go in there and I look at the motif and I put in points, reference points, reference points, reference points. And it's almost like I put things into a partition. I think in partitions. That's how I feel anyway. I don't know how it is in. This should be closer. You see, that's the kind of mistakes you do when you don't use a projector. This is closer to the rose. And yeah, concentrate on. There's this leaf coming in from the side here. So this flower. But all this, the thing with the painting is that I keep on adjusting. I'm going to see this and this because maybe it's a good thing that you now see what I do. Actually, I have 32, think about it, 32 different roses, flowers, and I'm going to pick the best of them. I'm going to paint a series. So I always do stuff like this. Every month I can paint a new one. I should paint a self-portrait every month. I should paint my big figure paintings. I should paint all the still lifes and the bigger still lifes with craniums and all the time. This is what I'm going to do. Get things into where every road leads to paint. For a few years now, because of some personal stuff, I've been in a kind of the low end of life. Is that what you're talking? And I had a drop in my thyroxine levels, and hormone levels. But I did some changes and I'm starting to feel better. And that is also, if you have some, if you are the type who are a little bit depressed or so, be careful with the kind of people you surround yourself with. Be careful with alcohol. Be careful with the food you eat. Make sure to exercise. And make sure to try to get all roads to lead to the thing you love. And for me, it is painting. My parents, my daughter, my brother, my life, myself, and my painting. And a few friends. And of course, living. So that is how it is. And I guess I stressed too much for too long. And I had this, it was a long story. And suddenly the light just went, and I didn't even realize it because I'm so used to have this high energy drive, and suddenly nothing that used to worked anymore, and nothing actually felt good. It's almost like somebody turned off the motivation in my brain. And it took years to come back to it, do changes. Maybe I'll talk about a few things that triggered it another time. It was a lot of things actually. It was one particular, I can say, one particular thing was basically falling in love with a wrong girl, and before that having a lot of relationships that didn't go anywhere, and stress with painting, too much training, too much of everything, maybe at times too much partying, too much sugar. And boom, at the age of 45, the lights went out. But I also became a better painter from it and a deeper person. So everything has this some silver lining. When you come out of it, introspection has grown and you see the world from in a different light. I thought I was very conscious and very that I had some kind of understanding of everything in me, but I was in a way wrong. And sometimes you need a period of depression or anhedonia to kind of realize it and see it. And then I got my fucking arthritis in my hips, so I was in constant pain. So some days are worse than others. If I do the right thing, eat the right stuff, do yoga, been training martial arts since I was like 13 years old, and too much training, so I ruined my cartilage. But I didn't get the full blown symptoms before I got the thyroxine drop and the depression. That was when it actually started to kick in. It's like a trigger. And that was quite amazing. And now I probably need to get new hips. At least one of them and then another one. So that's the status of my life right now. So if you are an artist, that is so important, because if you go into depression, and I'm not the kind of guy who use any medicine. I know how the brain works, and I know what to do to get out of it, how to exercise and how. But it's very important as an artist, because many artists are very, well, we are often hyperactive. I am. We are hyperactive. Our emotions are very often basically a little bit out of sync all the time. And as you get older, you can't take that much, or you kind of the sum of all cuts in a way that in the end will take you down. And I think that is what happened to me. In the end, there was too many cuts. It's like the old Chinese torture method called death by 1,000 cuts. At some point, well, what they did there was that they had people who knew the human anatomy, and they had execution or torture method called death by 1,000 cuts, and they cut into all the nerves, so maximum pain, but not death until basically 1,000 cuts. And in a way, if you burn, as Christopher Hitchens did say before he died, I burned a candle in both ends and gave a lovely light, and then he died from esophageal cancer. If it burns too bright, you can also burn out too early, and because everything you do wrong will leave its mark, and in the end it just fucks with your whole system, and it says goodbye. So if you're an artist, so from an artist to an artist, stay healthy, do exercise, and if you become depressed or you can't work, force yourself, because when you force yourself to work, the brain is connecting synapses related to what you do. So every time you manage to start painting, it's going to be easier and easier and easier, and in the end you're going to get back into the flow. And that is where you want to be, because the flow from doing what you love will then strengthen the immune system. It will start healing the depression, and boom, you feel incredibly much better. And if it wasn't for my arthritis pain now, which comes and goes, I used to be flexible as a ballet dancer, so it's so annoying now not to be able to kick as high and train as hard and stuff. But I'm gonna get back to it. So I kind of outspoke myself there. It was some kind of digression, so I didn't remember what I was going to say. I'm sorry that I talk about these things when I paint here, but I think it's very important. It's actually as important as being conscious about yourself, knowing yourself, having an objective standard, trying to be honest, is to become a better painter. It is almost as important as learning the skill, because it's gonna kind of shine. The honesty will at some point start shining through in your paintings. There's a lot of good painters out there, but you can't really see the person. Where is the person? And then you have a few. And people tell me there's a lot of personality in my paintings. It's hard for me to judge my own painting, of course, because I'm subjective. I do see now, I'm starting to see, I wasn't able to before, I'm starting to see that my honesty as a person is now shining through in my paintings. I paint in an honest way, and it's not often I say something good about myself, but I'm going to give myself this much credit. My paintings are honest. And yeah, direct, no bullshit. I think honesty is everything. Intellectual, emotional, self-criticism is extremely important. And yeah. See? Boom, sketch. Wasn't that hard, was it? And I talked about life and everything in 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop for... Yeah. Okay, just gonna continue. I just need some new colors and stuff. I'm gonna add some into the rose here. The rose is basically, you know, this is this painting is quite kept down. It isn't, but there's a lot of light here. But it's in the shall we say, in the cold. It's quite a cold hue to it. But when I look closer, I can find different colors in it. And when it comes to light, I think it's all about how you put colors. Of course, it's light and dark, but how you put the colors in relation to one another, who determines if it's gonna be good or bad, if it's gonna feel real or not. So, and the textures also, of course, is extremely important. So, it's not going to be a perfect sketch. I don't need to have it to be a perfect sketch. I just want it to be a kind of work, something to work with in the next level. So I try to put in the main things. There's a guy who, actually, one of my patrons, who said it looks so effortless when I paint. And at this point, when I do sketch, it is quite effortless. It's quite easy to create something that feels nice. It's very spontaneous, it's very open. sketchy, exciting, and then it becomes more and more difficult. The deeper you go. So yeah. Oh, the peace I get from painting is just amazing. There's such a peace. It's. I wish people would unpretentious. Don't be some artists are so pretentious, and I can't really see the love in what they do or what they say. It's all about showing off. But if you find this personal thing, when it becomes personal, when it is you're interacting with yourself on this honest level, it's just amazing, the feeling of connection to both yourself and the canvas and thoughts and everything. Thoughts are just flowing. When I paint, when I'm not having the camera on, I just flow. I put on some music, can be classical music, can be trance music, can be pop music, can be Coldplay or Rammstein, or it can be any type of music that has some balls. I put on Cure, U2 even. I think Bono is kind of a pretentious prick, but I don't know him probably. He's probably a nice guy. It's just a little bit, shall we say, yeah, pompous. So wise. Not in that way. Anyway, I love their music. Great music. And when you play music and you get into this dance, it is music, feedback, and it just comes, it's just, oh, yeah. And it is actually tested that it is very good for the immune system. So is losing weight, which I've also done because of my hormones. And I was actually 84 kilos. I'm 172 high, so I'm not tall. Doesn't matter, I have a big ego, so that compensates. It's like they say about small people, beware of small people. That's a Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Napoleon, they're all small people, so we are small people. Anyway, yeah, that was a digression, I guess. I keep forgetting what I was talking about. Probably as well. Beware of small people. What was the connection? Yeah. Anyway, as I was talking about the connection, connection and meaning, actually meaning also, it gives a sense of meaning. The times when I can't work properly, it really, it feels like shit. So my mom, my mother, my mummy, my great love mother, she tells me, oh, you work so hard, you're going to burn yourself out and stuff. And I always tell her that it isn't the work that wears me down. It is when I can't work that wears me down. It is when I kind of start losing time, not being able to find peace, not being able to start up. I start to train too much, start watching porn, stupid TV series, and all the negative shit that is out there. I start doing that. Instead, I even train too much, so I wear myself down. When the distractions takes over, that is when I get depressed. I've never was depressed because I have done a good piece of work. Never. It is when I can't get there. That is when I get depressed. So when I really work well, and if I make something work well, it's like I bring that good feeling with me to the next day. And I guess the task now is to keep that feeling alive as much as I can for the rest of my existence. Yeah, I was talking about weight. I lost almost 10 kilos of body fat. It wasn't that I was fat, but I had too much inner fat, like visceral fat, which also creates inflammation in the body. And I had probably too much cortisol or too much inflammation. So I cut out most of my carbs. Cut out milk, not because I don't like milk, but because there's too much sugar in it. And I went into keto, started on doing keto, intermittent fasting. And what happened was just amazing. What happened to my mood and my flow. My blood sugar isn't going up and down like this all the time, and I just feel great. I eat a little bit of fruit, a lot of vegetables, nuts, eggs and fish and meat and everything. But I usually only eat one bigger meal a day, one main meal, and I take some protein shake because of the training, and collagen, beef collagen, grass-fed for my hips and my cartilage and stuff, and I don't even feel hungry anymore. I always went out. When I was trying to eat like 5 times a day, because when you train you have to eat like 5 times a day, I was just exhausted by eating, and I was restless, and my stomach was full of food, and I tried to eat every healthy thing every single day. And you can't eat every healthy thing every fucking day, because it's too much food. Even if it's not high calorie food, it's just too much food. And it will lead to inflammation of the gut and inflammation in the whole body. So I went into, I have a window 12 or 16 hours a day where I don't eat anything, and it works perfectly. My muscle mass is strong, my energy level has gone up, my hormones is stabilized and perfect, so it works. Okay, I talk about health, and I should talk about painting because that's why we're watching. I hope you learned something anyway from this. Yeah, that is. There was this. Asked me why I give this away for free. Why not make some DVDs to sell them or whatever? First of all, I don't think there would be any big market for it, but that is one thing. Secondly, I kind of like the feeling, or to know that I actually help people. I'll help people start painting again. They told me that I was their inspiration, and yeah, it gives me great pleasure knowing that I helped people. Even with some of my rants, some people actually even like when I talk about life and stuff like that. And if I touch a few people, my channel isn't a big hit. I wonder why. I mean, my videos are long and they're me talking about stuff. But it's growing slowly. I'm pleased with it. So. But it's nice to give people. Of course, it makes me very happy when somebody adds himself on Patreon or give a donation or something like that, because I have expenses too. And it's like showing appreciation for all the work I put in to the videos. But yeah. So, despite that I like to give to people, I also like when people give back. But also a nice comment and a thank you note and in the comment section under the video is very appreciated also. And as I say, if you can afford it, don't be shy and donate a little bit or become a patron. So you can also win a painting. This is a PATRON painting actually. It's going to be in my PATRON lottery for December. And it's going to make one of my fans happy. Yeah. See now how I just move the stuff around, it becomes closer and closer and closer. And yeah. Don't ask me how much time it takes me to paint this, because this doesn't take much time. As you see, I have painted the whole process. It takes time is when I start to go in to the deep, where the real problems are. Yeah. Okay. I will also make some new videos. I'm gonna make a full instruction video of everything from how I ground the canvas, how I mix the medium I use, what I use, what colors I use, what pencils I use, how to use the palette, how to use the medium, how, and combine it with a small painting, so you can actually see. So every time somebody asks how I do something, I will just post that video. if you want me to help you become a better painter, you have to become a patron. If you want me to interact with your painting and answer more complex questions, you have to become a patron. And it's not expensive, it's like only $5 a month. And you can also win a small painting like this every month. In December now, hopefully I will have the last lottery for this year. And next year I will do one each month. I'm a little bit out of sync now when it comes to time and stuff. See, now I'm starting to build textures. Starting to... Yeah, I will talk a little bit. There was this Danish guy, he's a very good painter. He also is a patron, you probably want to see this video. And he was asking me about, he had made a very nice sketch, I would call it, of a family. It's very difficult because people were smiling and there were teeth and everything, and I just can't stand it. I would never do it because it's too hard to get the smiling. But he's kind of a Velasquez, maybe, painter. It's very dissolved and all the textures are in a way the same. And he asked me, and the thing I tried to explain to him is that this wall has one feel to it. Okay, this is a concrete wall. That's from my other studio. And a concrete wall doesn't have the same texture as a flower or leaf, or this is a wood with paint on it and stuff. And as you paint, as you keep on building, now everything is kind of the same texture because it's a first sketch. So I try to build some textures, but I can't go. I can't get in all the textures the first time because that is a piling on process, like building a sculpture in clay. What I try to, the thing he should do is start painting over and over and over until the rose feels like the rose and the wall feels like the wall. And it all are in all the small details, all the small textures. Of course it doesn't have to be perfect, I don't say that, but you have to try to not make all the objects in the motif have the same structure and paint and texture. And in combination with the colors, differences in color, it will start to feel more and more real as you go along. This Danish person, he is very good, but he kind of stops when I think it should actually begin. And when you start destroying the nice things that is in the sketch and you have to paint over, that is when you will run into the real problems, because then your skill wall will hit you in the face like, yeah. If I could stay on this stage and just twinkle a little bit lighter with it, make it like a perfect sketch. I actually did one video on my YouTube channel where I paint roses in like 8, was basically 10 hours, I think it was like 8. I finished the painting in basically 10 hours, I think it was altogether. I did that. I went in and I draw everything quite perfectly, quite slowly, because I only had one go on it. And it became quite a sketchy painting, but it felt finished. Now this won't feel finished because I haven't even tried to make it feel finished. I just tried to get the griselle in, or the beginning, the basis for all what comes later. And that's why it's called a griselle, or something like that. I think it was griselle, I read somewhere. Anyway, if somebody can correct me, if somebody knows something that I don't know, please tell me, because that's how I learn. I can't know everything. I can always pretend, but I don't, so yeah. Yes, okay. I think this is good enough for the first sketch. There's greens, there's yellows, there are so much happening. This. I'm gonna paint for a little while without you. Or maybe I shouldn't. I should just let it dry. And just do layer number 2. Later. This is actually smaller. So yeah, that is stuff like that I will fix later. Yeah, this is going to be more up there. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could go probably much further than I do, and that is the plan actually, to start to become a mix between Rembrandt and Vermeer, to get that clarity and at the same time have the sculptural dimension. That is my goal when it comes to where I would like my paintings to be. It's going to be a struggle for the rest of my life. My only beautiful life, which sometimes seems so long, and other days seems way too short. The more I work, the more I paint, the more I want to live. And if I should fall in love and find this gorgeous girlfriend with a big butt and nice smile and some humor to be added to this short existence, I guess I would see that as a bonus. But I can't know that. So, as I see it, the last time I really felt love and didn't go anywhere, I do feel that it was the last time, in a way, because I have such trouble giving away my freedom that I need to be drowning to give away my freedom. So the chance for me in the age of 50 and not getting any younger, finding a girl I fall in love with enough to be in a relationship, I think is extremely small. But time will show. In the meantime, I'm gonna paint, travel, take care of my daughter, which actually takes care of herself, and live. And with that, I rest my case, I think. And despite that I was ranting about everything, as I actually every time promises myself not to do, I hope you liked it. Okay. Okay. Layer number 2. Some lasur. I wonder what the name of that actually is. Lasering. In Norway we call it lasering. And, yeah, I'm not gonna bother with the Retouching Varnish on this. I'm just gonna go right into it like this. So maybe some, no, it's not red. Now there's some texture here. I have to take away some of the oil as usual. Just need this. This one, take it away. Scrape it off. Take some paper. No, I'm gonna paint so much on it anyway. So what I do as usual is to go in with I start with the light areas, as I always do. Now I have to consider that there are some blue on it, and that's gonna be yellow here, so I need to be a little bit careful that doesn't become too green. Now I can also let the shadows explain some of the flower or the lasur stay as a shadow. It was a horrible pencil. So I just go in and I do the light areas first, like here, and I'll let the shadows stand. And like this. I need a better pencil, definitely. Because if you don't have the right tools, you start fucking up and it doesn't become a pretty picture. I bought some new ones. I buy these small packages of Da Vinci. It's kind of more like a studio hobby quality, but they're really brilliant to work with. I love them. And I think one of the reasons why I like to work with these is that I enjoy doing the directions when I build. And of course you can also use round. I don't mean that you're not going to use round pencils, but it's like it suits me to the way I paint. It suits me well, actually, of that shape, because it gives me the square, more rational, almost a little bit mathematical. It's like it puts the whole thing up in squares in a way. I don't know, it's just... I work in directions, try to figure out which directions everything comes in. Now it looks probably... I see I did some mistakes behind here. Do like this. Build, build, build. Yeah, there's some green down there. Now there's a lot of blue in this lasso, so you see that turn green when I was pushing it into the color here. And then I go in with a little bit more bluish, and that is how you just keep building. Now it was way too green, maybe it was actually red I should have had there. So some kraplak, alsarin in the blue to make it more... You know, all this is kind of yellowish and bluish, and it's always ish, because it's never totally... the colors are never totally clean in a way. Always some, you're broken against one spectrum, yellow, blue. That's why I say you have all the colors of the rainbow in every painting, no matter what motif it is, if it's dark, if it's light, doesn't really matter. You will find the same colors everywhere, but it's the amount and the nuances of the color that matters. So, yeah. Okay. Sometimes I feel like a surgeon, especially when I do faces. You start to get deep into it. I start to feel like I'm a plastic surgeon that I'm kind of trying to get all the cuts right so it feels natural and real. It becomes a little bit fatty. I should have had the Retouching Varnish on first, because it makes the oil I put on in the lasur, it makes it stick better to the surface. So I noticed this now, that it's kind of slippery. So I will recommend first the Retouching Varnish, let it dry a little bit, a couple of minutes, and then you take the lasur on. And then you let that dry for a little while, 10 minutes maybe, and then you start painting. I didn't do that now, and I have to suffer a little bit from that because I feel that it's too watery, slippery. It will take a while until I then manage to push so much color into it that it starts to feel better. Like I actually can put on more sculptural things. So, underneath here, so I see there's some reddish in there, and then you have the yellow and the red. But it's really, this is the thing. You have to teach your eyes to see, and also you can use your intellect, because when you know the color circle, if you're not sure, you can actually understand what's okay. If there are some violet here, there will be some greenish yellowish there. It has to be actually, because it's complementary colors. So more and more I paint, the more I see. Suddenly I see this shadow walls coming down here, underneath here, and starts to explain stuff. And I see that this has to be up here. And suddenly it starts to fall into place. It's not that I see the whole thing at once, because I don't. I kind of see it, but I don't. But I have to build it. I might think that people that are more classically trained, skilled, maybe sees it in a totally different way. But for me, it is like putting it into different compartments and just build. And, I have now like almost 4,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. It grows very slowly but steadily. What I would wish is that people put the notification button on, so when I put out a new video, take a look at it and help me spread the message. So in the first days I get a lot of views on the video. It's not a slow drip, but it gets a lot of traffic from all my subscribers. You don't have to see the whole video. You can actually just also put it on and let it roll, and you don't even have to look at it. Just do me that favor. Now, if I do put some commercials in, if it's a long video, I do it like one every half hour, because I want to have some revenue back from it. It's not much, it's like $50 a day, or at best it's like, if I put out a new video, I might come up to $1 sometimes. But it's kind of drip, and money is money, I guess. But if more went to Patreon and become patrons, I could actually stop doing that. So the videos would be, okay, I would have an ad in the beginning and the end, but not all the shit in the middle, because I hate that myself. I actually wonder if I want to buy premium so I don't have to see all these commercials. Because I'm listening to a lot of science stuff and podcasts and music and stuff. Well, I was starting to happen something here. I'm going to put in some lights underneath there. Some more red in that. And blue. This whole thing is basically in the same hue, and yeah, just like that. Goes up here. I think I'm gonna, yeah, that's wrong. I'm gonna move that up. I think I let myself do some small mistakes. I didn't focus enough, so I made it a little bit bigger. And I mustn't do that because I want to keep it the right size and the right shape. I start to build out. And I saw that because of these leaves were wrong compared to this. So that is why I love the oil color. Just keep molding. And in the end it's gonna become pretty nice. Shadows behind there. Let also the background start to explain the shape. So a lot of stuff happening behind there in the photo, as you see. So wrong color, small in the green, dark, And there's vermilion. It's funny because you might think that you see a paint on it and the colors are different there and there, and it has something to do also with the physical presence of the paint on the canvas are sending out to the camera actually. A color spectre. Actually, when I see this in reality, the colors are more the same, but the camera has problems getting it. So just have to live with it, I guess. This leaf. It's a leaf. Not a butterfly. You see, it's kind of too slippery. The paint doesn't stick because I didn't have the Retouching Varnish on first. So I'm not going to do that mistake again. From now on, first Retouching Varnish, then go over it after that. And now I'm not going to mix them together because it's two different things. If it gets mixed together, it's on the canvas. It's really nice to work with all these subtle, very subtle overganger. Nuances from the foreground to the background, and then you have to think like Vermeer when he went in with a very subtle. I'm going to do some close-ups later when I come to this deeper point. Right now is still just overpaint and not so much detail. When I get into real detail, I'm going to start showing you how I use round pencils to just get these beautiful, almost watercolorish nuances to start creating the subtle feeling that I'm after. Also going to do a small portrait soon. How to make a portrait, just to and maybe a little bit bigger, but not so you can actually see me working with a photo and everything. Maybe that will be interesting for you, so you can see the motif at the same time. I can't do that with still lifes because then I need two cameras and that is just too stressful. If I knew I would get 1 million views, okay, but life is short and I only have so much time on my hands and I can't spend that much time with doing the video, with making videos. As if I earn more money on it, I would, but I don't, so. Everybody wants free stuff. So that's what I'm giving you. This is almost like stripping for free. If I was a girl, it would be like watching webcams without paying. That is quite nasty actually, these poor girls. I don't watch it myself, or of course I've seen it, but these poor girls are, I think it's sad when girls are thrown away their only life on using dildos on webcams. But it's even more sad to watch it and not pay for it, because that is stealing, and that is not nice. I'm not asking you to pay me, of course. I'm doing this because I like making the videos also, and I also like giving people help to paint. But it's like, it do make me happy, very happy, when some people donate or stuff, and even make a comment. Tell me what you think, even if it's negative. If it's done I don't really care much about this respect thing, but if it's only bullshit, you know, somebody throws, oh, you're such a bad painter, and I say, okay, whatever, yeah, some people think that or something. But if you have some really good arguments and you know things that I don't, with the techniques I use, maybe you know something about how it long term will affect my paintings or something, I would be glad to learn new things. I love learning, so learning is my hobby. That is why I also love conversation, and to have deep conversations about everything, like the brain or the body or the universe or existence or philosophy. You have to history. You have to know a little bit about everything. I'm not claiming to be an expert at anything. Of course I'm not. I just teach myself the basics, so I have a kind of an idea of what they are talking about. And it's the same thing with painting. I mean, I haven't learned to paint by watching videos of painters telling me how they paint. I taught myself this by failing and learning from my mistakes. But I do learn by looking at other people's paintings. Like Rembrandt and stuff. And of course, some knowledge you need, you know, about colors and mediums and how to use the different types of gesso or groundings. But I'm not actually going to other painters to learn how to paint. But I do like advice anyway, because suddenly I can learn something from people. And I also I actually learn a lot from talking to this camera and becoming more conscious of what I'm doing. And I actually told that to my father the other day, that it has some benefits. I become more conscious, and also I get to practice my English. I don't know how this. I think my English is good enough to be understood. And my daughter, it's funny, my daughter always, because I'm a little bit dyslexic, and I never actually learned the grammar. I just learned English by listening, talking, and I do have a kind of a perfect pitch. I can pick up rhythms and sounds and repeat them quite well. I almost drove people crazy when I was a kid, running around and imitating birds and animals. And, I was on a boat with my father when he was a sailor, and there was this cook on board that I was around all day, because I was cooking food and I was a foodaholic. I really liked eating. And I was making sounds all the time. And he told my father, "Oh, I have to take this kid away. He's a nice kid, but he's driving me crazy making all these noises all day." So. Funny. It's almost like I remember it. 5 years old. Standing on the bridge, looking at New York for the first time. With my dad. So, gives me a lump in my throat. It's almost like my mother is now 73, yeah, 73 I think. Yeah, 72 or 73. I should have known that, I know. And my father just became 80. Yeah, then she's 73 because there's 7 years different. She looks much younger though. But, you know, I'm gonna lose them. And it's not that far into the future. And it is almost like I fear the funeral more than anything. It's almost like I fear my parents' death more than my own. Because I know the pain. I can feel the pain when I'm talking about it. I'm lumping up my throat actually. My own death? Psh, fuck it. You know, that's on my schedule. So, I've gotten a little bit further to this. And yeah, my camera stopped when I said death is on my schedule and there's nothing actually to think about. Anyway, I have been doing some more work. This is the second layer, and I keep on building the textures, and I keep on building the groundwork for the next layer. And kind of what I do is that my brushwork will continue to get smaller and smaller, and that different different textures will start emerging. I don't know, for every new layer. So, yeah. It's quite much darker there, but when I see it in reality, the difference isn't so big. And I was talking about that the camera do actually pick up the colors in the paint differently than in the print. That is quite frustrating actually. Because I wish you could see the actual colors. It is approximately, so I guess you should just be good enough. Maybe. If I'm getting a little bit tired, I need to have some food because blood sugar is low. See. There is limited to how much I can put on today. think there's any use to put in more paint on it now, because it has, in Norway we call it metningspunkt. It's like, if you look at the paint as food, the painting is full. You know, I can't really get any more paint to stick on it. I can hold very light pressure on my brush, and that way I can get more paint into it, as you see now. But I can't actually push any more paint into it, if you get my point. And one has to ask why I put on more than today. It's not really a point to it. I will just give it a little bit more bang. Here too, a little bit more. Sculpt it a little bit more, so I have more to build on next time. So there's a lot of blue there. I don't want to start making a mush out of it now, because when it's like full, as I say, full of food, the stomach is full, it can easily, you start working on it and you can easily start to mess it up. So it just becomes a mess. So yeah, and you can lose everything, and that is a horrible feeling. So not gonna do that. So just put on some more in the brightest areas. It's a very nice line here, and this one comes in there. I'll have to adjust it a little bit because it's going too far. I want the shape of the flower to become as close to that as possible. I'll take a few layers, but hopefully I will get there. See, I put some, there's light underneath there that explains the color. And the light underneath there comes from here and it's shot up like that. The same thing going down here. And underneath there. Yeah, but I think I want to stop now and let it dry. Yeah, I think that's a good, better plan, as I say. There I go again. It is that thing, being able to tear myself away from it. It's always difficult. Like this. Okay, layer number shadow. I have 32. I have more even. I have a lot of. I have taken pictures of kind of wildflowers that I've been picking, and maybe I should make a whole exhibition. Just flowers. Pay down this studio. Some depth free. Will be something. Having a good economy is good for your peace of mind. So instead of using too much money, I will start producing more. I have such ambitions when it comes to huge paintings, big projects, and with the colors I use and the expenses, I need a bigger income, I think. I use old home paint, and it's quite expensive paint also, and I use a lot of paint, so it's like I'm not sitting there and counting the grams. Yeah, okay, I'll leave it at this. Oh, I just don't feel like it. So when you get into it, it's so hard to tear myself away, because I'm starting to see all the nice things. Then I want to do it at once, but that is not possible, so just fucking leave it. Leave it! I won't leave it. See, isn't it? Okay. So, and there's this one. Goes down here. And this one. Okay. Okay. I'm going to put on some, that's dried for a while, and I'm going to put on some Retouching Varnish, and then my Lazur, and then I'm going to paint. Yeah, it's a mix between turpentine and Dana or Harpics. It kind of dries quite quickly, brings out the colors so you can see better, and I'll also make my Lazur stick better to the surface when I put the oil on, so I get some good start. Oops. getting used to that. Yeah. So I'm gonna do the lasur. Actually, I usually wait for like 10-15 minutes, just as you know. I'm not gonna bother do that now. It's not that much I'm gonna put on anyway, because it's quite rough as it is. I'm just gonna go in and kind of shake it up a little bit. I really like to shake it up before I start, because it is almost like starting in a new painting, and it works good. So, yeah. We're about to see the different brush strokes that comes out when I do it. Brush strokes is everything. So, and then I do scraping down to get some. It's not much, it kind of sticks quite well because of the hackles. The thing is, it doesn't really dry completely, so it mixes into the color and I start painting. So I don't need to add actually medium into the paint itself when I start, and that's a good way of doing it. I don't seem to find any good. I should must remember to treat my pencils better. Every time I throw away a pencil, it's actually money. Throwing away money is stupid. Money is freedom. We have money, we have freedom. And freedom gives peace of mind. Money gives peace of mind. So you have to learn not to throw away money. And this one, this is the Da Vinci. If you can find them online. And what I like with them is that they are squared, and they come in all sizes in the package, the small ones, tiny ones, these ones, so you can do all the different pencil strokes. So, as usual, I start with the lightest point, and that is actually here. So I can see that it has some yellow, and it's blue and it's reddish, but I start with some white, and that's basically lemon yellow here, so it will pop out a bit when I do that. And you see the squared pencils gives me this, I don't know, it's a feeling. Maybe somebody want to use round pencils, so you want to use synthetic pencils. Then if you use synthetic pencils, you will get a more, I think it's a more dead surface without so much traces from the painter. But somebody even prefer to use the sable pencils. I think that is probably good on all the way in the end. When you put on the last lasur, so I'm maybe going to try that. I have stuck with these. I also used to actually use more of these scraping. I don't do that much anymore. It's almost like I have found my way in a way. I don't know. It's strange. Found my brand. It's always crisscrossing and now brushstrokes is everything. It is where you see the artist, where the artist comes to really comes to fruition, or you can actually see him. You go to the masters and you can see the struggle, the intensity in every single brushstrokes. And if you learn, you teach yourself to see these things, you're gonna almost be able to, it's almost like the artist is speaking to you through his pencil strokes. It's really beautiful. Yeah. So that is how I think. Now you see these lines here, that is just because it's a little bit different color. It's more bluish, you know, the yellow and the reddish violet thing. Orange, blue, yellow, violet. It's all complementary colors. Kind of comes up against each other, and that is what I'm looking for. That's what I'm trying to emulate and create. Work with it on the base of what nature will do, and yeah. If you get my point. My hips. That sound. Listen. Oh, that's my hips. That's fucking crazy. Martial arts for many years. Way too much training. Basically rotten from inside. So sad, I was in such good shape. Still am, but my legs are gone. Yeah. There's yellow. There's some green. I was trying to talk to my daughter about colors, and I showed her, pointed to the walls behind lights and stuff, and I try to explain to her the colors I saw. She's actually making clothes, so going to be a tailor or clothes designer, and she wasn't able to see the colors I see. And it's so funny because you have to come to a certain point where you teach your brain to see all these colors. And a trained brain will see so many more colors. You see colors everywhere when you get used to, your brain gets used to seeing them. But before that, you only see the bright colors or the concrete colors. You don't really see all the things that are in between, all the colors that are in the shadows and everywhere. You just can't see them. And I remember the first time I actually saw it. It's like, I was in a Norwegian town called Stavanger. Went to this drawing school, and I had this teacher, woman, Sissel Kobostad, and she was explaining it to me and taught me to see, and suddenly the whole world just turned to from nuances to color. Boom. And I saw color everywhere. And it's so strange how you are only observing so little if you don't train your eyes to see. And it's always actually being able to see what's in the shadows, because the bright colors are one thing, but it's actually the shadows are a mix between the complementary colors. So when you start to, and it's the shadows that brings the potency to the, in my opinion anyway, potency to the colors and give them the more vivid feeling. So that's why you have to practice. When you look at the cloud, remember to see, try to not see the cloud as grey. Try to observe not just the colors that are in the light areas, but also the colors that are in the dark areas. Usually it's in the blue and green and that spectrum. So try to do that and you will see much more. Much more actually. The whole world lights up. So, yeah. Probably said that a gazillion times in my videos by now. But I guess people aren't watching my whole videos at once, so they maybe just cut into them and see some parts of them or whatever. And because I keep people who are actually tell me that I watch all your videos, and then they ask me something that I talked about a gazillion times in the videos, and I ask myself, didn't they listen? And that's why I make this video, so I don't have to explain to people. I like to explain, but you know, it takes time. However, if you become a patron, I will explain. Answer every question you ask me. So, if you want help to paint, that's the way to go. Become a patron. I wondered if I'm gonna make some videos where I actually do slow motion and try to put in a soundtrack where I talk about these things while you see me doing these things in slow motion. And maybe I should concentrate a little bit more so you actually see me do the more deeper concentrated work that I do when I go into deep flow. That is also why I want to start streaming once in a while on YouTube, because then I would just put on maybe John Rogan or something and listen to talk while I paint, or some. The problem is you can't really put on music on YouTube because they will demonetize your videos and stuff like that. And that is really sad. Because when you listen to music and paint, it really definitely becomes more vivid, more like a dance or intense feeling of being in a moment. Yeah. I'm actually gonna make a video of this brushstroke thing because I found this woman on YouTube talking about brushstrokes, and I'm gonna make a video of, I guess it will last for about 45 minutes something, where she talks about the history of brushstrokes, and I thought she had so many good points that I want to do some painting to that talk. So I'm going to do that now. And I'm gonna do that as a separate video, also because there are some piano music in the background that will actually maybe be a problem on YouTube. So I don't want to lose this whole video just because if I post a video with that music I may lose the whole video. So yeah. Yeah, I will shape all this more. There's a different shape here and some. That is what I do. I just keep on piling on, and in the end it will just come to be in a good way. Oh, my legs are hurting today. I really do need to operate because I almost can't walk anymore. It's horrible. Today has been really bad, so some days I don't feel any pain, much pain. Today it has been crazy. And it drains me, it affects my work, so gosh. Anyway, I'm gonna do the other thing and do that for an hour. So yeah, stay cool. Hello. This video is about 45 minutes and it is only about brushstrokes, so I focus on brushstrokes when I paint. Some close-ups and doing this. This is of course just still a very crude, very gazelle-like painting. And I actually found a very nice small documentary in 3 different parts called Brushstrokes. The woman who has made this is a painter, and she has a YouTube channel. Her name is Jill Poyerd Fine Art, and it is about brushstrokes. So I'll play that documentary she has made in the background as a soundtrack, where she talks about how brushstrokes evolved, and I found it really fascinating to listen to. So I think she can actually speak for me while I'm just painting, so you can watch me paint, you can listen to her, and I will of course put links to the original documentaries in description. So if you want to see them, which I really recommend, watch the documentaries, because it's visually beautiful, and it's even better to see it in real time. So with this, thank you for watching, and thanks to the few of you who have supported my work. It's really appreciated. I really appreciate it. I can't describe how much it warms me when some person donates or becomes a patron or something like that. So if you want to make me happy and you enjoy my videos, you can support me by becoming a patron or donating, or put my videos into your playlists, give them a thumbs up, and leave a comment. Share them on social media. It's very important and help me build my channel. Subscribe, of course, and for heaven's sake, put the bell on so you get notifications every time I put out a new video. I don't put on videos that often, so it's good if you get a message when I do. So without further ado, I give you brushstrokes. So until next time, stay cool. And by the way, this segment is just a part of a bigger video of that painting. So yeah, for more, put the bell on. Segment number 1.
What is it about a painting that allows us to differentiate one artist from another? How is it that we can distinguish a Cézanne, for example, from a Rembrandt? Part of it is the artist's selection of colors and their perspective on subject matter. But paintings are also unique because of the brush strokes used by the artist. In this video, we're going to explore the development of brush strokes and the masters that made them famous. We'll take a look at how the various strokes influenced artistic style as we trace their progression through history, beginning with the Middle Ages. From the 5th century all the way to the start of the Renaissance in the 1300s, there was a limited variety of brush strokes available to artists because of the nature of painting mediums that were popular at the time. Back then, artists primarily worked in either fresco or egg tempera. Fresco and egg tempera limited artists' abilities primarily because of their fast drying time. A stroke of egg tempera can dry within 5 seconds, and that means that shortly after laying down a stroke of paint, it would dry and could then very easily leave a hard edge, which would create an obvious brush line. Both paints are pretty much permanent as well, so they presented some challenges for artists. Because of these limitations, much of the artwork seen throughout the Middle Ages, which would include Byzantine, Romanesque, and Gothic art, has a similar look. So what brushstrokes did fresco, egg tempera, and even watercolor artists use at that time? In basic terms, there were 3 ways that they would apply the paint. One method was to apply strokes of paint next to one another, in hopes that they would remain wet long enough to blend before drying. They would typically paint in the direction of the form so that any visible lines would coordinate with the image. And in egg tempera, which had to be applied in very thin layers, a section painted this way would be referred to as a glaze. Glazing, which we see throughout history and in oil painting, is the slow buildup of thin layers of paint. Now, egg tempera and fresco painters could also use a hatching technique, or cross-hatching. To do this, brush strokes are applied in rapid repetition in the same direction, and sometimes also at perpendicular angles, which is called cross-hatching. It's reported that Michelangelo used this technique when painting the Sistine Chapel frescoes. And finally, an artist could simply paint lines and shapes directly, called direct painting, intending them to stand alone, to communicate something such as a boundary of an eye. So when did oil painting come into use? Well, prior to the start of the Renaissance, we find that artists did have some knowledge of oil paint. But it wasn't until Flemish painter Jan van Eyck perfected its use in the early 1400s that the medium started to gain recognition. It's important to keep in mind that most artists at this time had been trained in or worked with egg tempera or other water media paints, so initially they used oil in the same way. In fact, today, experts sometimes have a hard time distinguishing whether paintings during this time of transition were painted in oil or egg tempera. Oil paint stays wet much longer than the other paints and has a denser, butterier consistency, making it remarkably easy to achieve smooth blends. Artists, especially the innovative ones like Van Eyck, must have been thrilled to discover that when they painted strokes side by side as they had with the egg tempera, they could now easily blend them together at a relaxed pace, producing virtually invisible brush strokes and resulting in beautifully smooth color or value transitions. And this then made the effectiveness of glazing even more powerful when done in oil. The transition to oil as a primary painting medium was gradual through the first part of the Renaissance. Jan van Eyck was a critical part of this transitional time period. The style he developed was characterized by incredible realism, minute detail, natural light, and brilliant color, all made possible through his ingenious use of oil paints. He had absolutely seamless brushwork, and his art appears so fresh as if they could have been painted yesterday. Some of the artists during this time of transition would actually use both mediums in the same painting, including the ingenious Renaissance artist Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci, who was quite an innovator, perfected a brush technique called sfumato, where the outlines of forms are softened and shadows painted so gently that the image conveys a soft, almost misty appearance referred to as Leonardo's smoke. He achieved it by painting multiple thin layers and making the changes in value very, very gradual. It's one of the reasons his paintings had a very unique, lifelike appearance. Around 1500, we see the artist Titian come into the public eye, another incredibly important figure in art, and someone that would inspire many future generations. Titian is really the first artist to show vigorous, expressive brushwork, often called painterly brushwork, a style in which the artist doesn't care whether a stroke shows, and in fact uses the lines of the individual stroke to impact the painting. He would use his brush to dab, scrape, smooth, and scumble, a freedom of expression that would increase as he progressed in his career. He's also one of the first to use thick paint, called impasto, beyond emphasizing highlights. As we'll see, once you add impasto paint as a type of application, the thicker paint opens up the door to a wide variety of brushwork. Another dramatic step in the progression of brushwork is seen in the work of El Greco, who painted in the late 1500s. He completely broke with tradition through his use of very thick paint, very unusual colors, and a distortion of his figures. El Greco looked at Titian's vigorous brushwork for inspiration rather than the smooth techniques used by many of his contemporaries, and started allowing his brush or painting knife to express emotion. El Greco is one of the first artists to use a very stiff hoghair bristle brush, and he would use it to create textural brush lines. You can tell when an artist uses hoghair bristles because unless they smooth it afterwards with a soft bristle brush, the bristle lines are visible in paint. He's also one of the first artists to use an early version of a palette knife for painting. A close look at his artwork shows that both his brush or knife strokes are broken, and he makes no real attempt to smooth the paint. His contemporaries thought this was really crude, but today, critics consider his work an early form of expressionism. Now, if we compare El Greco's rough creative style with that of his contemporary Caravaggio, who also had an incredible impact on the world of painting, if we forget about their difference in subject matter and color palette and just look strictly at the artist's style in their brushwork, you can see an amazing difference, and you can see how the diametrically different brushwork impacts the piece. They both had major impacts on future artists. Caravaggio's use of light, his seamless glazes, and his invisible brushwork would inspire artists like Velázquez, Rembrandt, and Vermeer, while El Greco's imaginative, expressive brushwork would inspire more modern artists like Manet, Cézanne, and Picasso. As the use of oil became established, artists continued to discover the medium's capabilities. They began to see that they didn't need to be so rigid with their brush. The paint gave them the opportunity to innovate, which is exactly what artists like Rubens, Velázquez, Howes, and Rembrandt would do throughout the Baroque period. These artists would also famously expand the use of impasto, using it to more interestingly portray fabrics, jewelry, and skin texture, while artists like Vermeer stuck to the traditional glazing methods. Peter Paul Rubens was an admirer of Titian's work, and his own work reflected that. He was known for his variety of brushwork and is the first artist known to thin his paints with turpentine. As he aged, his brushwork loosened and began to take on a kind of energy that later artists would incorporate into their own style. Both Spanish artist Diego Velázquez and Dutch artist Frans Hals would paint realistic portraits and figures and would find ways to individualize their brushwork. Velázquez through a feathered, kind of a dry brush technique, and Hals through vivid, quick strokes and dabs. In fact, Van Gogh said in a letter to his brother, "What a joy it is to see Frans Hals. How different it is from the paintings, so many of them, where everything is carefully smoothed out in the same manner." Hals and Velázquez set the stage for Rembrandt, a later contemporary and one of the greatest of all Dutch painters. His early work uses the thin, smooth glazes common to the period, but he became highly influenced by the variety of fluid, vigorous brushwork seen in the work of both Titian and Rubens. Velázquez, Hals, and Rembrandt, to me, represent an important step in the history of art. Not only do they masterfully combine thin and thick paint application methods, but they begin to popularize the single stroke expression, or bravura brushwork, which is basically bold, daring brushwork. In fact, Rembrandt is said to have done in one stroke what would have taken others 5 passes to accomplish. Hals and Rembrandt were also the first great masters of what we call directional brush strokes, where the strokes are intentionally left visible and are painted in a direction or with a certain motion in order to convey an object or an aspect of the painting. Now, around this same time period, landscape painting began to take a prominent role in art. Jacob van Ruysdael, one of the greatest Dutch landscape painters, developed new methods of applying paint in order to better communicate aspects of a landscape. He picks up on the idea of using impasto paint to emphasize texture in nature. John Constable, who was popular in the early 1800s, was distinctly influenced by the work of Ruysdael, but he felt that landscapes should represent what you see, not the idealized version that was seen in the Baroque period. Constable painted oil studies on location in order to better reflect realism. What's interesting is his work in these studies is very similar to what we'll see in the work of some of the post-impressionists at the end of that century. He developed lively, free brush techniques in order to capture the quickly changing elements of nature. This freedom initially resembled the style of Ruysdael, but as his career progressed, his self-expression did as well. He took the use of impasto even further than Ruysdael had, whether using a brush or a palette knife. And he would fleck on little bits of off-white paint to add texture to his water and skies, which proved to be a slight irritation to his contemporaries and critics. You could almost call some of Constable's work messy due to the incredible amount of textural brushwork that he has in some of his paintings. It's not until you see it from a distance that it pulls together to convey reality. And of note, towards the end of his career, he picked up watercolor as a painting medium and employed some of the same brush strokes and his vision of nature to that medium, including using washes of color and scumbling. One of Constable's contemporaries was J.M.W. Turner, who was also very innovative, especially in the portrayal of light and atmosphere. Turner worked in both watercolor and oil paints. Because of his work with watercolor, and he was considered one of the greatest watercolorists of his time, he had an additional knowledge of transparency and the benefits of using a white surface. Turner increasingly used less detail in his work as he advanced in his career. His methods of application included thin transparent glazes, soft scumbling, impasto paint, and palette knife work. But he also used directional brush strokes to the extreme, producing an intense sense of drama in his work. Turner had a major influence on the Impressionists who were to come shortly after, including Claude Monet, who discovered Turner's work on a trip to England. By the mid-1800s, after the American and French Revolutions, societies began to focus on the needs and rights of everyday people. This change influenced artists as well, bringing on the realist movement, which focused on painting unidealized, real life. One of the artists in this period, Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot, developed a fresh approach to brushwork in order to better capture what he saw in nature. His goal was immediacy, to enable the viewer to experience what he experienced in that exact moment. His strokes were wispy and his touch very light. In fact, if you look very closely, you can see that he sweeps or feathers a fairly dry brush across the surface, giving his forms a fresh artistic appearance. He also dabbed small highlights of paint or used freely painted independent strokes to enhance the breezy feeling. In order to get as close to reality as possible, Corot would often work outside and add white to all of his paints, and that way he could better communicate the true colors of nature. He also strove to capture natural light, and for all these reasons, Corot is often considered the first Impressionist. Edward Manet was a contemporary of Corot's and represents a giant leap in a new artistic direction. He's said to bridge the gap between realism and Impressionism. Manet didn't want his work to just be a window to the world. He wanted it to be a piece of art in and of itself, and so he was more willing to experiment. Like many of the artists of his day, Manet was highly influenced by Asian art when trade opened with Japan in 1853. The artistic innovations in these prints caused a sensation in Western art. Artists, and Manet in particular, began to implement into their own work some of what they saw, and this includes the idea of patches of color rather than gradual gradients. His brushwork looks a lot like what we see with the Impressionists. Strokes that are individual, directional, fairly short, and also repetitive. He sometimes includes harsh outlining of forms, and he doesn't use much shadowing, giving his figures a flat appearance. Manet also made popular the idea of painting alla prima, where the artist lays down in a single layer impasto paint, capturing the desired colors in a single effort. Manet's revolutionary style was inspirational to many of the Impressionists to come, and in fact, he often painted alongside Monet. But he was never really considered an Impressionist due to his continued use of black and his unwillingness to exhibit in the group's exhibitions. In addition to societal changes and the influence of Japanese prints, technology was an integral part of the development of Impressionism. One such innovation was the development of the camera. Because society could now record images of scenes and loved ones, artists were free to veer away from painting realistic representations of life. Another event that was influential was the advancement of painting materials. Paint tubes were developed, meaning artists didn't have to make it themselves, and the paint was transportable, and ready-made canvases were now available. These two innovations meant that artists could now take their supplies outside and even complete a finished painting on location. But now that they were trying to paint it in one sitting, time was limited, so they had to develop a quicker way to paint. And this is what led to Impressionism. Claude Monet is probably the most recognizable name when it comes to the Impressionists, and alongside Renoir is one of its foundational members. His style was initially influenced by the work of Manet, but the abbreviated strokes of color picked up from Manet became small dashes of color in the hands of Monet. By the 1870s, Monet had fully developed his style. He was really the first artist to develop a system of shorter, quicker brushstrokes, and this was due to the time restrictions of the changing light while painting outside. Like Corot, Manet added white to all of his colors in order to better reflect the light in nature. He and Renoir would work finished paintings on location, rather than just studies, which was a common practice at the time. They often had to return to a scene repeatedly in order to complete a painting. Monet's brushstrokes were vigorous and generally didn't change in size to convey depth. His style went from typical Impressionism with the broken expressive lines and dabs to a very impasto, kind of a smeared look, to a much thinner style later in his career, with a focus on lines and patches of color that reflect what is seen in the post-Impressionist movement. Pierre-Auguste Renoir was one of the original Impressionist painters, working alongside Monet as they developed what is known as the Impressionist style. Renoir painted with much thinner paint than his colleagues. His translucent layers were almost like washes of color seen in watercolor painting. And notice the distinct feathering effect with the strong bristle lines of a hoghair brush. They were applied with painterly strokes, or he might rub the paint on in order to provide a slight layer of color. Renoir preferred to apply his colors directly to the canvas when wet, and then he would slur them together with incredibly free brushwork. He also allowed his colored grounds to show through his translucent layers and spots. In the 1880s, Renoir also painted next to Cezanne, and incorporated some of Cézanne's repetitive directional brushstrokes into his own work, and this pushed his style closer to that of the post-impressionists later in his career. Paul Cézanne is an artist that crosses multiple stylistic categories. His aim was to reflect nature according to his sensations. He painted his forms very simply, with dark outlines and incorrect perspective. His style was very flat and very unique, but he's also known for the use of repetitive, flat planes of color and rhythmic directional brushstrokes in almost parallel diagonal lines. Cézanne was very particular about the color of every brushstroke, feeling that each stroke was important. Now, Cézanne is often listed as a post-impressionist, but he really adhered to the naturalistic ideals of the Impressionists throughout his career. It's said that he actually bridges the gap between Impressionism and Cubism, and today he's actually considered the father of modern art. In the late 1800s, a group of artists began seeking a more orderly way to apply their brushwork. These artists strove for unification, painting all the strokes relatively the same size. They wanted brushwork to be impersonal, and these orderly, impersonal brushstrokes are what led to what is known as Neo-Impressionism. Neo-Impressionists had an affinity for laying down pure color next to each other with very little mixing, letting the viewer's eye optically mix the colors upon sight. Georges Seurat was the inventor of this new method of painting. Seurat was looking for a scientific, methodical way to convey natural light and atmosphere. And in the summer of 1885, he developed his dot method of applying paint that would eventually be called pointillism. His theory is that patches of complementary color placed next to each other would enhance each of the individual colors and therefore produce a kind of shimmering light when seen at a distance. So, like Leonardo da Vinci, Neo-Impressionists used scientific analysis to influence their art. The Post-Impressionists focused on emotions rather than recording what they saw. The colors were more simplified, and forms were more harshly defined. There was even a hint of abstraction. But Post-Impressionists were not anti-Impressionists. They just wanted to push beyond it. The primary artists in this movement were Cézanne, Van Gogh, and Gauguin. Vincent van Gogh felt that Impressionism didn't allow for enough artistic expression. He's said to have confessed to a friend that he intentionally painted with such expressive force that viewers would say he had no technique. Van Gogh was the king of rhythmic directional brushstrokes, combining them with his bold, complementary color schemes and a very heavy impasto paint in order to express his feelings rather than just what he saw. Notice in this sketch that he did for his painting The Harvest, he's planned out the direction of his various brushstrokes. And now here's the finished painting. Van Gogh felt that this was one of his best paintings, even commenting to his brother that the canvas absolutely kills all the rest. And his innovative style had an important impact on future generations. All of this is even more impressive when you consider that his career only lasted for 10 years. Another post-impressionist who showed great innovation was Paul Gauguin. Like Manet and Cézanne before him, he paints patches of color, but Gauguin takes the concept a step farther, painting large, flat areas of almost single color, without much form, and very distinct outlines. His style is often referred to as cloisonnism because of its similarity to cloisonné, an artistic form of metalwork. As you can see, like Gauguin, cloisonné features isolated segments of color and highly outlined forms. His application of paint is very flat and his brush strokes generic, almost indistinguishable. In fact, he seems to show a complete lack of attention to brushwork. His style is actually reminiscent of the pre-Renaissance tempera paintings because of the flatness of the appearance, the nondescript brush strokes, as well as the masses of color. And it's also something that we see a lot of in the century to come, when art tends to focus more on shape, color, and line. Once we enter the 20th century, there's a kind of explosion of art movements and ideas. Because it would be impossible to cover all of the changes, this video will zero in on select artists who showed creative innovation, specifically in regard to their brushwork. Keep in mind that throughout history, you find artists continuing to produce art in the various styles that came before them. For example, John Singer Sargent. Long before he came on the scene, artists such as Hals and Rembrandt were painting with daring, confident brushstrokes, but Sargent deserves special recognition. Just as Van Gogh was the king of directional brushstrokes, Sargent is the king of bravura brushwork. He's one of the most brilliant artists and had an incredible ability to convey a form such as this woman's shawl with just a few swipes of the brush. While Sargent was creating his expressive masterpieces, other artists were venturing into a new kind of artistic freedom. In fact, if you were to come up with a phrase to define the period of time in art after 1900, it would be artistic freedom. And this freedom included the ability to reinterpret reality. For most of the 20th century and beyond, artists primarily used some combination of the brushwork of those who came before them. But there was also a growing independent streak in the world of art that resulted in new artistic innovations. Some of these innovations came with the introduction of Cubism and one of the most renowned artists in history, Pablo Picasso. Picasso and his colleague George Braque worked together to develop the artistic style known as Cubism, in which the artist breaks down objects to their most basic forms and then examines how they relate to one another, even splitting up forms in order to allow them to relate in a different way. Cubism is said to have received its name when Matisse was overheard referring to the pictures as consisting of little cubes. There were two phases of Cubism. The first phase dealt primarily with straight brushwork. The second phase, called synthetic Cubism, introduces the world to the idea of incorporating pieces of cloth and non-paint materials into the work of art. And this was eventually known as collage. These additional materials aren't a result of brushwork, of course, but brush strokes were used to help incorporate the material into the rest of the painting. In addition, Braque introduced the idea of incorporating painted lettering as part of the piece of art. Although these examples show thin layers of paint, it was actually more typical of Picasso to use a very thick, flattened impasto technique. Now, it's not completely flattened, as you can see, but most of the surface is covered with a very thick, solid layer of paint. During the time of the 2 World Wars and the financial crisis, there's a kind of hiatus as far as the development of new brushwork. Instead, what you tend to see are new expressions in form and color, as well as choice of subject matter. And this is very likely due to the extreme emotions of the day. Artists were trying to find ways to voice their overwhelming feelings. It wasn't until after World War II that we began to see new breakthroughs in brushwork and the application of paint. In the 1950s, a new style developed that seemed to be more about the paint than about what was being painted. To the artist, it was about communicating emotion and breaking free of constraints, such as traditional painting tools and methods. This new style was called abstract expressionism. And Clyfford Still is an American artist credited with laying its foundations. In abstract art, there's typically no single focal point. The work is about the whole image, keeping the viewer moving through the piece. The work at this time is also typically painted on a large scale, and this forced the viewer to take it on in a more personal, intimate way. Still painted broad expanses of color and applied the paint with extremely active strokes, creating jagged edges and lines of color that seemed to cut through the surrounding paint. He applied the paint both very thickly with a trowel as well as thinly with a brush, and sometimes left vast areas of canvas completely bare. Around the same time, in the work of one of Still's colleagues, Franz Kline, we see immense, bold brushstrokes painted primarily in black and white. Now, at first glance, his work appears to consist just of black paint, but in reality, it's made up of multiple layers of black and then white, and then black again, and so on, using a variety of white tones. Kline got his inspiration from seeing projected images that were so enlarged as to create abstract versions of an ordinary form. So, a picture of a chair projected onto a wall and enlarged a great degree would cause the chair to be broken down into a series of lines. And this proved to be an inspiration. He began to paint planned works using massive brushstrokes and regular house paint in order to communicate his ideas. In the 1950s and 60s, Mark Tobey took the idea of calligraphic writing seen in Eastern art and incorporated it into a series of paintings, developing his characteristic white writing style. This style involved painting white cursive letters on top of a dark, abstractly painted canvas. The dynamic, almost chaotic appearance that often covered the complete span of the canvas is said to have influenced Jackson Pollock. Now, Tobey's work is sometimes referred to as gestural, a term that he shares with Pollock, one of the most important artists of the 20th century, and innovator of the now-known drip method of painting. Like some of the other artists of this time, Pollock's style excludes the use of a brush, unless we include his dried-up brushes, which he sometimes used to splatter the paint. Pollock came up with a concept of pouring commercial paint directly out of can onto a large unstretched canvas that had been pinned to the floor or the wall. He would often place a stick in the can to act as a kind of conduit for the paint in order to control the flow. He would also fling or dribble the thin paint and ultimately create kind of a complex web of colorful paint in order to communicate his deepest emotions. Pollock felt that paint wasn't just a substance to be manipulated, but instead it was a source of stored energy that needed release. Helen Frankenthaler was a contemporary of Pollock's. She built off of Pollock's concept of pouring paint. Instead of using commercial paint, she would thin down oil paint to an almost translucent consistency and then pour it onto a large, raw, unprimed canvas that she had placed on the floor of her studio. As a result, the pigment would soak into the fabric and essentially stain the material. So where Pollock's enamel paint would rest on top of the primed canvas, Frankenthaler's would absorb, and this became known as a staining technique, which she developed while creating her painting Mountains and Sea in 1952. Her only real use of a brush came from gently pushing around the paint along the edges. The bulk of the work was achieved through pouring. Now, while the abstract expressionist movement was developing in America, Canadian artist Jean-Paul Rappel was producing his characteristic large format mosaic painting in Quebec. Rappel created his colorful works by applying impasto paint straight from the tube and then spreading or manipulating the paint with spatulas or a painting knife. The result was an amazing blurry visual effect. He also incorporated Pollock-like techniques such as splattering and dripping to build up his powerful works, and these works were made even more intense through his use of black and white. Taking things a step beyond Rappel's spatula technique, contemporary German artist Gerhard Richter creates masterful large-scale paintings using an oversized squeegee to apply, smear, and lift layers of paint from the canvas. He begins with a base layer, over which about 90% of it is covered with subsequent abstract layers of paint. Richter then finishes off many of his paintings by either removing segments of the top layer or adding additional paint with a brush and knife. Gerhard Richter has painted in an incredibly wide variety of styles and mediums, but in his watercolor work in particular, paint is applied in multiple, transparent, intense layers of washes or puddles of paint, creating a very complex expression of color, almost reminiscent of stained glass. In the 1980s through 2010, we see one of the 20th century's most important Chinese artists, Wu Guanzhang. Guanzhang manages to marry naturalistic realism with abstraction and geometric simplicity. He uses confident single-stroke brushwork and splatter to communicate feeling while representing natural forms. For example, look at this fantastic painting of trees, where you can sense the action of the moment. Just enough realism to let us know what the subject is, but enough abstraction to make us feel. In some of his work, he uses the all-over focal point that we see in the work of the abstract expressionists. But Guanzhang separates his work by offering viewers the ability to make out forms and to rest in an area of reality. His work increases in abstraction as he ages, and in this painting from 2009, we see his use of painterly, large, broad brush strokes, dry brush edges, and strategically exposed canvas, all worked into a minimalistic composition. You can almost see the influence of Klein in this piece, or the influence of Cubism in this one. And what's interesting about Guanzhang's work is that he seems to combine multiple styles of brushwork from the past to create his own unique artistic style. Let's end with a quick review. See if you can identify the artist simply by the brushstrokes.
So, here we are, doing some more painting on this. As you can see, I've done a little bit of work on it. Actually made a video only about texture with this as a subject. So, guess you've seen it already if you're a regular. Just going to keep on rendering and build and build and build. So we'll start with a... It hasn't actually dried for that long, a day, but I sometimes when I have painted wet and wet, I can actually, if I hang it over an oven, of course not right on the oven because you don't want it to catch fire, over a oven right above, so it kind of heats up a little bit. The oil paint can actually dry pretty quick, and maybe in a day it's superficially dry like it's now. I wouldn't put Retouching Varnish on it because the white areas, the highest ones, would probably dissolve, but you can actually put on a new layer without it kind of spilling over into each other. Today I need some glasses actually. Some days are better than others. I have become a little bit long-sighted, so I need to stand far away from it if I want to see all the details. I guess it comes with age. I'm 50 now, and my eyesight has always been perfect. But becoming long-sighted is not that much of a problem. I mean, if you could stand like this, it would be worse, I think. And I'm going to check if maybe it's an operation I can do. Then again, it's my eyes. It's my eyes is the blood of my life, so I wouldn't put them in any risk. I think I would, if I should choose between being blind and having my feet cut off, sit in a wheelchair, and lose my hearing, I would have chosen to keep my sight. I mean, I can't really understand how we can live without an eyesight. Now I couldn't paint, of course, but I could write and stuff, but a lot of things that I would like to write. Well, then again, I had to learn myself to do the blind scripture or dictate or something. Anyway, my eyesight is very precious to me. I guess it's precious to everyone. Just thinking about never seeing the son, or never seeing a girl again. Or I mean, that would just be crazy. I guess we get used to everything. I mean, losing the eyesight is just unthinkable. Anyway, and that is not just because I'm an artist, it's just because I'm so visual. I'm extremely, my eyes are just sitting around observing people going by or whatever, being in a moment. It's so important. Blah blah blah. Anyway, I say a lot of anyway. It's funny, can't get over it. I do have serious issues with the typical ADHD brain. It's severe, and I multitask all the time, and anything that can boost my dopamine I get addicted to. It can be everything from TV series, it can be porn, it can be watching the news, it can be YouTube videos, it can be food, it can be training, it can be anything. But none of that actually puts my anxiety to ease. It just kind of, it's like taking a painkiller. But painting does it in a totally different way. Also writing, training too is a positive thing, but it's limited to how much you can do of that. So, but the painting just levels out all the noise that is constantly bombarding my mind, and it's amazing that I'm not just standing here 24/7. Despite this great effect, despite that it's the thing I probably love the most next to my parents and my daughter and my brother, maybe, is so strange that you shouldn't be able to get into it more easy. But that is also because it's quite painful, because when you don't get it right, it really becomes frustrating. I remember a while ago I criticized in Facebook, I just wrote about the Norwegian chess player, world famous chess player. Well, I don't remember his name. Carlsen. He is so grumpy when he loses, and I said, and I used to do competitions in karate and stuff like that, and I always met the competition and also a potential loss with a certain amount of carelessness. And I wrote that I thought it was like a spoiled child or something, being that grumpy because he didn't win or didn't do a good job or the right strategies or whatever. But then I thought about what I wrote, and I thought, fuck, that is not right. You know, the training and the karate competitions and stuff like that. Didn't really mean that much to me. It didn't touch my whole being, as it said. But if I can't get a little thing right, like this one, I can't get this one right, or a painting I can't get right, it really drives me crazy. So suddenly I empathized with him and sympathized with him, because I know what he's going through. He's so into his chess that his chess is his lifeblood. And becoming angry at yourself is natural if you have that deep feeling about what you do. People that doesn't have that thing don't understand that kind of extreme passion, and they are also losing out of a lot of beautiful stuff about life, actually. So I take it back. Understand perfectly. And when he did a good thing, he smiled from ear to ear and was happy again. Now, in chess or in sports, you will always meet someone that is better than you. And when I meet somebody who's better than me in painting, or I see someone, I don't get envious or angry or react with malice, or so. I really appreciate good painting and good works. And my competition is with myself. So for Carlsen, this might become a bigger problem later, because in chess you have to be kind of the best, or the best. Your brain has to be totally tip top to be on the level that he's playing on, and he will lose out sooner or later. And that might be worse for him, because the painting that will kind of evolve with my aging. The chess playing will probably become more and more difficult in a different way. So he has a hell of a ride in front of him. And when something is who you are, as it probably is for him, it's not just a game, it's become who he is. It will probably hurt a lot when he can't play on that level anymore. Anyway, things I think about when I paint. You know, the things I think about in general, it's just crazy. My mind is on 24/7. There is never peace, there is never, except from when I do this. And if anything, I hope my videos can inspire people to go, not just to paint, but to go even deeper into the painting, because I see there's a lot of painters and a lot of people who likes to paint, but they seem never to go deeper into texture, deeper into the substance of what painting is about. They kind of try to only do the motif, and therefore most of the paintings I see, especially on both in art in general and on Facebook or Instagram, there is no deeper. Some are, but there is no. People aren't going deep enough. They aren't killing their darlings. They are not going into that existential crisis thing when they paint. They stop after a good sketch and they never go further. And there's a lot of good sketch artists out there who could become really good painters if they kept killing their darlings and demanding more of themselves. So, yeah. Give it substance, give it the time it needs and the substance it serves. So, yeah. Personally, I don't think I'm particularly good, so I'm just talking about what I perceive as good. I'm awful. I can't really judge my own work in an objective sense. I will always put it down. Yeah. And maybe I should give myself more credit as a gallerist told me. David Cousin. Well, there was a gallerist in one of the most famous galleries. I happened to walk in there and by accident I got to talk to the guy because I asked the price of a painting and he came running out. And I used time to talk to him about showing him my paintings, and I thought he thought them were very beautiful, but also told me, "Who are you?" If I got that question today, I would just say, I don't know. It's work in progress. But I didn't remember that answer then, and I just told him that wouldn't matter if he actually took in my paintings to his gallery, because he could make any artist, good or bad, into gold. It wouldn't even matter if he could paint. Only thing that matters is the gallery's name, and you can say that's annoying, but that's how it is in the art world. The artist is not that important anymore. It is more the gallerist that is in the center. It's a sad fact, but that is where the money comes from. So anyway, I was constantly, when I showed him my paintings, I was constantly kind of excuse, this is not so good, it should be more like this or that, and blah blah blah. And he said, "Hey, this is quite good paintings, and I shouldn't put myself down like that, because if I do, people won't take me serious." And it's probably true. I should try to give myself a little bit more credit. it is not really, for me it's difficult. It is natural for me to brag about myself, and I don't even think I'm that good, so I compare myself with the greatest artists in the world who have lived, and any painter should, in the light of all the great art, great paintings, just shut the fuck up and do their best. So, yeah. But then again, I can see that my stuff has become quite subjective, quite personal. It is very much, my subjective stamp is now definitely in my paintings, good or bad. That is up to the person who see. As I did say to a person who said, "Oh, your paintings are like blah blah blah," and I said, "Well, that is just your opinion, and I know people who thinks the opposite thing, and therefore it's not more than a subjective truth." And that shut him up. Yeah. Not that I mean to shut people up, because they want to tell me how horrible my stuff is. There might be some truth in it, so be my guest, actually. Tell me what you think. No mind me. Okay, just gonna go up here. The thing with when I see the photo and there is that the digital camera do interpret the photo and the painting in two different ways, because the colors look more like each other when I see it in natural light, and this can be quite annoying that I aren't able to capture the true colors. But I guess I just have to try to live with it. Anyway, I'm going to quit talking and keep painting. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do some, start with, I'm not going to put any lasur on this, because it's come to a point where, maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit more reddish, because, and yeah, maybe a little bit of reddish some places to get a warmer hue. But it's also green behind there, so it's gonna, no, right there looks okay. Lights it up a little bit, and so just going to do some, go in and do detail, try to try to finish it today, but go into more detail, give it more of a bang. Now I'm going to shape the flower. Until now it's just been a sketch, and we'll do more detail work, and now it's where this thing is getting difficult, as usual. Yeah, I went all silent because that was strange. I fell into thoughts about something that happened today. But that's okay. That's usually how it sounds like when I don't have music on, when I paint. It's just silence. And my head is just wandering off to strange places. So the problem is that I don't want to risk it kind of stiffening up. So it is actually a little bit difficult. But get some more light here, side light. And the store upstairs is making that sound every morning. And usually funny. I've been working with these paintings now for quite a lot the last days, and I start to get this connection back with my inner self. Restlessness goes away, you just calm down. You find that beautiful flow. This is a better pencil for this work actually. I should have gone down and bought new pencils because they're kind of a little bit rusty at this point, these ones. But I haven't got time, and there's so much snow outside. It's just have to walk around in that fucking snow. I hate snow. And again, in Norway we actually feel the difference between summer and winter, or in Oslo anyway. Where I come from, there's basically a constant fall, a constant autumn, with some good days. See, this is a kind of it is leaves that I just put on the wall. Getting tired. Should get some sleep. Go to the gym tomorrow. Do strength training, stretching. It's very important for me to exercise, to keep some equilibrium, balance. It's very important actually. I have 30 different paintings like this, and I do think I'm going to do all of them. They are kind of widescreen, and I would like to do all of them, or most of them, and paint these until I really get it right. Because this is the kind of work that just brings you deep. You have to, so much detail, so much happening. Just have to drag the colors together. First I put on white, and then I start, dragging the colors like this. was totally bitching wrong. Just take it away, take it away. That was a wrong color. It has to be totally yellow there. With a lot of whites. Inside there. And then that was even too much color. That is the point with this. Yeah, the colors are so close together that it's almost impossible to see. There's this line there. It's actually between the violet or reddish bluish violet and the yellow. Kind of like this. Now you see how I do it. I drag it like this and then I drag it down. Then I will start adding some white. And I will drag it down there, so these two surfaces meet at some point. Anyway, well, do some work around it too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. See how the thing underneath gives more substance to the thing that comes on top. And this is what happens every time you touch it. There's some way you shouldn't stop until it's kind of where you want it. I noticed that with the small ones, the apple and the red onion, the dead one, that I just painted. And I thought I should just give it up. But the trick is to calm down and accept that you fail, accept that you lose control, that you do too much, and that you sometimes have to use more of your time on a piece to kind of get the right thing, the thing you're after. The subtleness and the, yes. But right now, my legs actually hurts. So I'm gonna go to bed and work on this piece tomorrow. I think it's starting to take a little bit of shape. That's a good thing. Mustn't forget that shadow. The shadow explains a lot. But there was a green in it. Because it's reddish over there, so it has to be some green. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so here you can see I've done definitely some progress, and yeah, I am doing kind of in the stage where I started to go deeper, started to get a grip on the details. I also started to build the textures around the flower. As you can see, it's starting to kind of build that brick wall feeling that I'm after. So yeah, I think it's starting to become quite nice actually. It's a lot of work, but it's yeah, see, it's kind of gratitude. Yeah. Okay. Gee, I fell out of it. I just float away. Became all silent. That must be... I could hear myself thinking. That is how it is. I just went into that timeless zone. And it's so great because when I do all these different directions and I build all these... It's kind of an impressionist kind of way to do it. But it's become so... I can see it's almost like music. My brain is just beaming of pleasure. It's so pleasurable. And I've felt the last days now because I've been painting a lot and how I just totally equilibrium. It's just... I can't explain how great it is to... So I look forward now to finish off these PATRON pictures and get into the big paintings again, the figure paintings, and I have some landscapes I'm going to do from Freedom Tower in New York. I have some kind of tree thing, impressionist stuff with a lot of light and color, and it's going to be great. I just look so forward to the feeling that I get when I do these things. I've been a little bit stressed now because I've been making many, kind of catching up with work. I had some kind of a little bad time now during Christmas because I had a lot of pain. But the pain is basically, it's not that much, well, it's not gone, but it's at least not that painful, you know, my hips. So I've been doing some weight loss and adjustments in the food and try to let myself restitute. You can hear? Listen. What's that? Hi. Yeah, there it is. That was my hip. So I can twist it and it says. So it's all the martial arts for many years, and but then again I burn my hips in both ends and they gave a lovely light. Is that what I say? Anyway, you saw what I was doing. I was building texture and just going back and forth, and it becomes more and more, it becomes more and more alive. The more you overpaint, the more you go back and forth and just adding subjective matter. That's actually what I do. I just adding my subjectivity more and more into the painting, and so it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. Yeah, and you also need to go into that deep flow to be able to do these things. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put in some light there before I stop I am totally out of sync when it comes to daytime, nighttime now. And I think I've been awake for, I don't know, a very long time. Painting and become hyperactive because I am a little bit hyperactive. So when I really get into the painting, I just like, I never want to stop because it's like being on a dance floor. It's like, yeah, it's great. My brain sings. It's the best thing. It's kind of the feeling I could picture myself. If you should have an eternal life or something, you have to be in that deep flow feeling where you are totally in the moment all the time. And yeah. beautiful. It's a beautiful life. I'm so lucky to live in a country and be born in a country where I can actually make a living from putting paint on the canvas. It's such a privileged life. It's amazing. While most other people in the world are struggling to get food in their bellies, it's not fair. Anyway, that's another discussion. You see here, I just mix it right in. Then I do some yellow, greenish. I damp it down again. And all these things are kind of, it's almost like making a carpet, you know, with all the knots. And just keep adding knots and keep it, and then after a while you get this picture. And yeah, that's how it sometimes feel like that. Kind of knitting carpet of kind of a carpet of brushstrokes and subjective touches in a way. See that shadow there, gonna fall there. And I'm going to do a little bit of orange on this side because there's some light coming in there. Lift it up a little bit. So, and there's some green. So it's kind of a microcosm of different colors. See what I mean? That's a leaf kind of hanging on. I need some white there. So now it's more rational that it hits a shadow down there. Anyway, see you later. Okie dokie dokie dokie. I am working with some of the details in the flower and kind of stuck actually for some reason. It's always like this. I am now working with very detailed stuff. So, for some reason, these PATRON paintings becomes more personal to me. Not more personal, but I feel more anxiety about getting them really good because I feel I owe people something when they pay me on PATRON. So maybe it wasn't such a good idea to start with PATRON. I don't know. I will continue doing it. So it's growing also, and it forces me to push my skill wall and to meet this anxiety about my own skills and what's good and what's bad, and that's a good thing in a way. So it's in a way a double-edged sword. In a way it creates a little bit stress, but then again it can be a good stress. It's also quite hard to find the right hues and the right colors doing this, because the nuances here are very small actually. Like when I do these here, how dark is it really? How light is it? How to get that nice, smooth transition in the nuances from the light to the darker, without losing shape, without losing the aesthetics of it. It's not easy, believe me. So just try to find the right find a better pencil. I actually like to use these more because they're giving. I'm sometimes tempted to use the more synthetic ones because they give kind of a flatter surface. And then when I do that for a while, I can see that the surfaces becomes too rigid and too dead. So then I have to go in again with the bristle and shake it up to get more life into it. It's very bright. It's kind of not burned out, but it is almost at that level. So I just have to increase the light areas and kind of keep the areas in between darker, and go kind of all the way up as far as I can, and then all over the place, and then go over the widest of the white again after, without going out over the other things. So you get this lift on only the brightest things. see what I'm doing. Also need some light underneath there as a contrast to the darker areas under there. And it's in the more reddish violet spectre. It gives some substance to the background. Then again, it mustn't be too much because it takes over from this. And of course we don't want that. There is some blue. But there's also more damp down. It's the wrong color. Fun, I've been staying home all weekend, just painting, and it feels actually fine. There's a lot of snow outside. It's in the middle of winter. I really don't see the point in going out and tumbling around in that fucking snow. Really hate snow. So annoying. I don't even like to ski, so I don't think I ever did. It was kind of a duty when you were a kid. Oh, it's snow, you have to ski. Oh. Yeah. It's not me, for some reason. That was totally wrong. Just fucked it up. I'm getting tired of this shit, to be honest, because I don't seem to be able to get anywhere. Anyway. This part here. And some reddish in it. I also think I have to do something with the light in the studio because it tends to be the light is quite flat. So I have problems seeing many of the nuances. So many details, so many different colors. There's a green and there's blue and there's so many. So you just have to kind of keep working with it, almost like almost like watercolor in a way. Not in a way. Why do I always say that? I'm so tired of it. In a way. Or as if. No. No. Not as if. There. That's a nice detail. Some lights coming here. Exactly on. There's some plaster and there's some old. That's wood with some paint over. And then you have plaster and you have some, yeah, different things that makes the whole thing. Anyway, I'm gonna just keep on working on it, and I'm gonna film one more time when I'm almost done. So yeah. Cool. So there we are. Okay. I am gonna try to finish this beauty off today. I hope I'm gonna be able to. I don't start fucking up again. And I need to really concentrate. It's just some small, I need to get these nice lines right. Sadly, I need glasses and kind of. I think maybe I'm doing an operation. I'm a little bit scared of actually doing an operation on my eyes. I'm not many things that I'm actually scared of, but complications. Something with an eyesight operation would be a catastrophe. It is just +1, so it's not much, but it's enough to disturb the painting a little bit. So it's actually a little bit annoying. See, I'm okay. Now just trying to build a more vivid light source, and I'm going to take it very slowly so I don't screw it up. So maybe here. And I'm going to just drag it down. So it's been a struggle, this one. Everything has been a struggle lately, actually. I think it was because I had kind of I've had a lot of pain, so I was tired and I didn't get that much done, and I get stressed and kind of just, because I already get stressed if I don't get enough done. Also, the painting for me is what gives me a sense of purpose in life. I would take no pleasure in sitting around eating pizza all day and watching television. laying in bed and watch Netflix until my eyeballs fell out. It just lead me into deep depression. Not deep, but leads me into feeling that life is not really worth living. I have to be active, I have to be in a moment, I have to find that flow, which this painting stuff gives me. Gives me a kind of, the more I paint, if I could stay in here for 12 hours a day and just go to the gym, maybe a short walk to a cafe, have a cup of coffee, read the news, go back to work, meet some friends a few hours in the weekends and stuff like that, I would actually be content. I don't need much, I don't need the extreme highs, or this is the extreme high for me. Creating something, doing something, building something, and it's strange to see how the entertainment industry almost destroying humanity by just telling you that the most important thing you can do is to not miss the last episode of some TV series, or that actually is made to addict you to the screen. And it's sad, really. The human condition in that matter is sad, because there's so much potential in all of us. Every single human being on the planet has basically, on average, the same potential. Of course, there are genetic variations between humans, but in some are more extrovert and some are more introvert, and some are alpha males and some are beta, or beta woman, beta man. But no matter what type of person you are, your potential is on average the same. And everyone can be good, become good at most things if they put their mind to it. And that is why the entertainment industry and all this are just destroying this potential. I notice it myself. It's so easy to be hooked. I mean, I was watching most of all the season until now. I stopped because it's so bad. I was watching even watching The Walking Dead, and for the last 3 seasons I just felt it was such bullshit. I could actually make a video about how much I hated that show, because it was so pathetic. Even the way they used their ammunition started to annoy me. I mean, it's not because of this ridiculous Walking Dead. I mean, I enjoy actually immensely Game of Thrones. But that is because it's a good show. It's well written and well done. The Walking Dead was just totally lost it. Both in the filming and the way it's just horrible. Anyway, but sitting around throwing away your life on that, it's just ridiculous. And most people in the world, young kids, have to work for pocket change until the back breaks, while we are sitting here destroying our lives with ridiculous entertainment and TV shows and sports and all things that make us into basically machines for the entertainment industry. It's no wonder that we are depressed. Anyway, this thing, this basically insignificant painting gives me a sense of meaning. And for the people who buy it, or in this case win it on PATRON, they get a piece of me, a piece of my struggle. So, and that makes it even more important to me that it's a good piece of work, that it is not a bad thing. It's not a... Yeah. That's a good piece of work. Yeah, let's start to kind of... Anyway, that was another of my rants. I was actually going to talk about painting. And I'm gonna do some videos soon. Shorter videos where I only focus about the painting. Because that way I will also reach a larger audience. Because, I mean, when I talk about life and stuff and things that I like this, most people aren't so interested in that, and that's why maybe that's why I don't have that many views on YouTube. I also painted Muhammad, so that didn't help. I was shadow banned, at least for a while, so I didn't know that Google were censoring political views, so but they actually do. So, but it's growing slowly. You see what I'm doing? I mean, if you go and look at the big master, the great masters, and you already understand the value of textures and stuff, you can really learn from it, because the secret to painting is in textures and directions, and yeah, it is not the motif. Forget about that. It is in how it was painted, not why it was painted. Why it was painted is usually because the painter enjoyed painting, or maybe he just needed the money but enjoyed painting it anyway. Maybe he didn't even enjoy it but tried his best anyway. But anyway, you will see the painter in the paint, not in the motif. Yeah, I will stop filming and film a little bit more later. Okay, here we are. I'm just gonna do our last touch up on the brightest areas. It's like do some lining. So just to enhance some of the bright spots, to give it a little bit more, shall we say, sculptural feel to it. I think it has become quite nice. It has been also a struggle. I talk about a lot of struggle lately because I have been struggling with these paintings. I did have a lot of pain. It's better now. So I couldn't really get into that flow for a while, and it affected my abilities, my skills a little bit. So when I really got into it again, I fumbled a lot. So, but now I can feel that it's coming back to me. I can feel that it's almost like, you know, if you have played a lot of chess and then you suddenly don't play that much chess and you start up again and you fumble in the beginning. You can't really, but it also, it's like cycling or sex in a way. When you get into it again, it's easy to get back into it. You see, now I just give it a little push. I don't want to ruin it again, so I'm going to be careful. I took it actually out from where I'm drying, and I saw suddenly that, wow, it's actually quite nice. It's kind of very painted because I've been struggling mildly with it, but it has become, as I say, very painted and very, a lot of textures and stuff in it. And I think I had some good things in it. If I was a tattooist, this would be called touch-up. There's kind of a never-ending story, these paintings, because there's always a step more. You can always in a way, take it another step. I have a lot of these photos of flowers, and I'm gonna do some more of them and see if I can actually evolve my skills a little bit by doing it, because I usually get a little bit better every time I do something, and I do feel it became nice, but I also I noticed I reached some skill wall when it comes to the subtle transitions from shadow to light. When it becomes so extreme nuance, I get into trouble, and I have to work more with this, because if you can do these kind of detail or these kind of very subtle nuances, I think you can actually do more contrast things even more easy. So it's a good way to train your brain, and yeah. To keep it open so it doesn't become drawn. It's also a horrible thing when things become too drawn. And of course, as a painter, you are usually the only one who actually see it. Because people don't see what you see, they see the finished result, and they will always think that it was where the artist intended to finish, which unless it's more artist type that is more sketchy, like one layer paintings, then it might be true. But for me, that there is no actually end to it. Oops. There is no end to how many layers I can actually put on and how much time I can use on one painting. So, yeah. So, actually I think this will do. My patrons are getting a lot of my hard work for the $5 they spend if they win it. So here's no faking, here's no cheap tricks or U-turn or anything like that. It is total passion, total submission to getting it right, at least as right as possible. It's so tempting to just keep on rolling. There might be a better way to paint these paintings. Maybe I should start out a little bit more careful because of that the nuances are so similar. That might be a good idea. Yeah. Everything here is almost like an aquarelle-ish feel to it. Need a little bit more light in the middle there. Some yellow, kind of bright yellow. Some here. Also some in here. Yeah, I think that was nice. Just gonna see how this. Just take a step back, have a look. Yeah, that's a problem. Now suddenly these became too drawn because yeah, so I have to do something with that to make it more fluid. Also this one. And that is the trap actually. Sometimes you go into, think you're finished, and then there's always this next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And suddenly you have been standing there for 10 hours, going back and forth with the same things over and over and over again. And it just keeps driving you absolutely crazy. The thing is with me, I never actually learned how to paint. I taught myself how to paint through basically failures and failing. So I never actually know exactly how I do it. I kind of just start and then I do it until I kind of reach that point where I start to accept it as finished. And it's always hard to figure out when. way too drawn. Damn. That's such a bitch. What do I do? What do I do? Shake it up a little bit with the background. Let's come in and shake it up. Okay. Just have to let it kind of slide into one another. Move the lines. Yeah. So that's more subtle. So now it's starting to more glide in. So. Yeah, it was better, but it's still a little bit too drawn. So I will keep on painting a little bit and then I film it for you when it's over. When the struggle is... Okay, I think I'm finished with it. And yeah. I actually do think I'm finished, basically. I'm gonna... Yeah. Such small things that kind of makes or break it, that it is... can actually really take it all on a person. So small nuances that decide yeah. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult. From sketch to this, it's quite fun to think about how fast I do the sketch, and in the end how extremely time consuming this is. It's unbelievable. I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched it. There we are. So, I think, maybe. So, I think, I hope, run it, shadow here, but it takes nothing for it, since everything is so extremely white. Takes nothing, basically nothing, to feel that it's drawn instead of painted. So, yeah. A different pencil. Well, it looks nice on the distance now. So, just do this light right there. And right here, and there's some over there. Yeah. So, yeah. has to be more elusive. So yeah, there was. So that was it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here it is. And I hope you like it. I sure think that I hit some jackpots in this. Became quite nice, and hopefully it will make a lucky patron happy. Stay cool until next. So here we are at the end of the video, and here you can see some of the textures and some of the brushwork that I'm working so hard with. This is a result of all the overpaints and the glazing and the kind of the really deep process that can be quite exhausting. Now, if you'd like to support my channel, there's many ways to do that. You can give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, share it with your friends on social media, but you can also go to Patreon and sign up for one of the tiers or buy me a coffee. You find all the links in the description, and I hope to see you in my next video.